bank earnings don't look too bad. They're not awesome, but they're just not anything to talk about. Yeah, Upstart's testing 2750, which is resistance, but it's above Gamma Max still. Fubo's up. Beyond is up a tiny bit. GoEV is up a tiny bit. Tesla down, Nvidia up, Netflix down, Microsoft down, Meta way the fuck down. Holy shit. Meta got murdered before open. Amazon might be stabilizing a little. Apple seems fine. Probably get rejected at 5,600. There's a lot of resistance right here on the upside test. Like 55.90, 55.95. Just put walls. Not only are there put walls, but like 5,600 is like a big pile of positive gamma, so it'll be hard to climb into that. Maybe Geo's getting murdered. Nice. BAC Wells is down 7%. Holy shit. I don't think Fed fund expectations have changed at all with the morning's data. But PPI came in at 0.2, which is, it was hotter than the consensus estimate, right? But still within like the forecasted range. But fucking month over month, core PPI came in at double. So core PPI shot up to 3% year over year. And then PPI year over year moved up to 2.6%. Are you looking forward to today? I don't know. We'll see. It could be fun. We need to kind of get out of our current range to move the like the we could end up chopping a lot between 5580 and 5600. VIX opening super low. Do you think we drop more? What, VIX? We could. Although VIX was already down overnight. And correlation's getting fucking pushed to the tits this morning. Look at this. We've set a new all-time low on core 1 month. All of that and the fucking NQ's still only flat. What's up, Nick? Oh, you're doing things. Oh, okay. 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 I'm on top of it. All right. Interesting. Baba above 80. Beyond looks like it wants to go off. Win something break. Feeling better? I don't know. I have allergies, so I'm not sure if I'm sick or I just have really bad allergies this morning. Yeah, it's my Discord. Not bullish unless above 5620, right? 5620 might be like kind of the upper range for the day. Like 5620, 5625, and that's only if we get the breakout, which we might not get. Lots of out of the money call buying. Charts, please. Wait, what's up? How do how do you like this meme? Hot PPI plus cold CPI plus R2K up throws intelligent investor into the trash. I think, you know what I think? I think that the hot PPI low CPI print really highlights the ineptitude of our governing bodies, right? Like they fixed CPI and they're like, "Look guys, inflation fixed. All the problems are solved," right? But then they just forgot to change PPI. gets back above $7. I mean, I think they're gonna short the fuck out of the the like event vol falling off. So we'll probably see VIX tank pretty hard today. I don't know if that's gonna yield them any price improvement, but they basically, I mean, generally speaking, they short any event vol that falls off over the last like 3 months. So volatility prices up for anything. As soon as that passes, they just short the crap out of it. You say fixed. I think you mean kept changing the methodology until it spat out what they wanted to see. I mean, fixed is in the sense that they seasonally adjusted everything to zero. Like every single hot component of CPI just adjusted to zero. Are you still holding beyond? Yeah. Almost all of my positioning is synth long, and it's at like 6 and 7, so there's really no reason for me to exit yet. I know it came off reg show, but I don't think that matters. Why legal? Cause it's their data. They can do what they want with it. Second test. I'm kind of worried about going long here, given how hard they've pushed correlation. If this doesn't lead to any kind of actual result, then they might not be able to push again. Maybe I should move my buy stop up. Yeah. I stop at like 4. Make sure that they can get clear of 5,600 before I go long. Mikey, welcome back to Billionaire, man. Nope. Hold on. Who the fuck is that?
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, to make
Yeah, there's a bounce play for AVGO if it gets over 1720. CAT is above 335. How high could it go today? The 0DT interest on CAT was pretty good. I think I posted it last night. Yeah. That's like it's got a bit of open interest out to 340. Any thoughts on the T-Hack? The market doesn't seem to care. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna. I went to BOA yesterday and there were so many advertisements for financing e-bikes. It was nuts. Even the bank teller pushed it. The top is in and the consumer's tapped out. Oil to the moon. Nothing better than putting the squeeze on the consumer by having them buy e-bikes at 8% interest. Thank you. I made $30 on a 0DT. Well done. We're gonna pump this into the Michigan consumer data in case it's bad. Yeah, I mean, although I don't. What's bad here, right? Like either inflation expectations or I feel like inflation expectations being down is the worst scenario because tech's gonna sell off again. Like you already got hot PPI, and then if consumers are still weaker and inflation expectations are lower, then we're probably gonna see a broader sell off in tech, and then like more interest pick up in small caps and like breadth. EPAM finally ready to take the next leg up to 200. It looks like it. It's been chugging along. It broke out of resistance yesterday. Now it's got new resistance. Wells Fargo is actually shitting the bed. Yeah, so the next kind of important level on EPAM is like 194.02, then 197, then 209. We still have 7 minutes till the Michigan data. Also pretty hard at open. Looks like profit taking. Maybe. But if it finds support at 400 now, I feel like that's pretty indicative of the next leg up instead of falling back below. Pushing e-bikes because they know everyone's going to lose their overpriced cars. This is a breakout on SPX. It looks well above 5,600 for 5 candles. It's above 5,600. But we have data in 6 minutes, so it could reverse. When do people of Wisconsin get to share their sentiments? It's done by the University of Michigan. It's not just people from Michigan. Consumers have been weaker. If I see one more PM on Twitter reference household net worth, but ignore the higher net worth's lower purchasing power, I'll have a seizure. Let's not talk about household credit utilization. You mean at all-time highs with rampant defaults? That's fine. So it's no big deal, right? As long as people can buy 10% more iPhones next year. My grandfather rode a camel. My father rode a camel. I ride in a Mercedes. My son rides a Land Rover. My grandson's going to ride a Land Rover. But my great grandson is going to have to ride a camel. And we're not even going to have camels by then. Rip Apple's VR gear 2024 to 2024. It was going to change everything. Does Fubo look like it could break out soon? Maybe. Earnings is coming up, so volatility is starting to rise a bit. The amount of people I hear paying 30% interest on credit cards is concerning. Yeah, it is. Boston Dynamics Robo Camel. What's your SPX PT for that 5620? I don't know. 5620? That'd be cool. I'll probably move my stop up before the Michigan data. Maybe just like 15, 5615. I feel like we'll just pump there in the next 3 minutes because we already broke out. 2 minutes. I warned you guys last night that the hotter PPI might be bullish. Actually bad, but good. Yeah. And okay, that was their push. Michigan data time in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Consumer sentiment still sucks. Inflation expectations dropped a little bit. Consumer expectations fell, current conditions fell, and inflation expectations fell, but only a little bit. Just within estimates. Yay, weaker consumer. Let's fucking go. Still pushing correlation. Momentum looks pretty bullish. Yeah, this seems fine. Bull time. I wonder if we could do like 56.50 today. Ooh, we lost 10. That's not good. Need to get that back. Sorry, I'm actually dying. Profit taking wasn't too bad. AVGO failed to break 1720. Looks like we reversed momentum in the shorter time frames. Momentum's still pretty bullish on the longer ones. Little resistance of like 56.65, 56.60 ES as we approach that trend. So watch out for that, but I think we could break through it. At least 30 seems reasonable. Higher high. Somebody 5600, 5615 calls sold for 816. This probably won't go anywhere, but them going in the money will drive. It'll drive the hedge up. So the will have to carry more delta as those go in the money. With the weaker consumer and increased production costs, this could be bearish, right? Not that SPX will care. Yeah, but it's like long-term bearish, right? They'll want more signals that, there's going to be margin contraction, and that'll be, determined by earnings, right? And forward guidance more than it will be by actual data. Did you say bull time when it dropped? Yeah. Was I wrong? There's some like profit taking on calls, but the yen is saying no to their continued intervention. Yeah. That's gonna be awkward. Corporations are fine with eating the costs. It's still a very early signal that they're doing it though, right? 220 de-inverted. That's happened a bunch of times though, right? It's gonna be kind of hard to get over 5615. 5615, 5620 is gonna be resistance here, I think. or the majority of the resistance we experienced to the upside today. If we get past it, it's not going to be much to stop this. Looks like we're starting to squeeze off some sold calls a little bit, maybe. Can't wait for a BOT rate hike on Monday. That would be funny. They probably won't, right? They're just pulling back their bond buying. They don't want to disrupt anything. There's political capital tied up in their U.S. treasuries that's far more valuable than the money. Dork, I YOLO'd contracts. Looks like it's working out. Yeah, it's doing stuff. You should sell 3 of the 4 and leave a runner. Or hold them all till a test of 5650 and finish getting the port back to 10K in 3 days. Oh no. You bastard. Did you sell those calls? Now I have to buy 5625s? Are they gonna let 5615 go? Because if we got back to 5610, I could get another sweet entry. Send in SEAL Team 6 to snipe Gork. Yeah, seriously, what the fuck was that? Stupid resistance. I shouldn't have drawn that line. It's my own fault. Oh, fuck off. I had to stop. Could have had a runner. Oh. Everything's pretty positive here, but the momentum's kind of dying off. Let's see if that picks back up. Consolidation's still pretty bullish. I'd like to get the fill at 3 though. That's a little too low. What do you think back to 56.50? Well, like maybe like 56.40, but why not? Like squeeze out the short puts or the long puts and squeeze out the short calls. It'll be hard to get above 20 and then probably pretty hard to get above 30, but it could. I mean, if we get enough buy pressure. They've also pushed dispersion as hard as they feasibly can. Like we thought earlier in the week was bad. No. Core 1 month almost did 0. Ulta rocketed back. Nice. Yeah, that's kind of like a longer. I have some time on that. I'm not in a big rush to get out early. I think it's gonna do quite well. If you had 719 $30 calls, would you unload them now or wait closer to expiration? What on GME? They're just burning up, aren't they? Like the 30 strike is super oversold. They're just taking a breather here, right? They're trying to pressure out the sold calls at 615 and 620. Yeah, Dow's ripping. Sherwin-Williams is up like $4 already today. One sec. All right. Ow. That was the most textbook achoo sounding sneeze I've ever heard. My sneezes are pretty basic. Who thought Goey View would be my best recent performer? Made absolute bank on $2 CSPs. You loading any more leaps on the 250 breakout? Or do you have enough exposure already? I think I have as much exposure as I want. I took like I took like 30% of my BNAD and moved it over there. So it's like probably pretty close to 20 grand total. I don't think I really want to go above that. BNAD's still a thing. It will be if it goes back below $5. Well, at least for me. I'm not gonna be able to squeeze out the fucking short calls. Lame. Plenty of out of the money call buying. Let's see if we hold 610. This charm looking. Charm should be fine. Still way the fuck above delta neutral. Where do we run into VN on the weekly? It's like 75, right? So we don't have to worry about VN. Have to worry about it on the monthly at 42. Yeah, I'm not super worried about that. What's Beyond doing? Dude, Go EV's at like 260. Beyond's still just chopping. Are you out of the coin play? I got stopped out of it yesterday. But BTC's back up today. How's it doing? Is it going back up? Maybe I should re-enter. I'd re-enter on a breakout. If it breaks out again. I got stopped out on the breakout yesterday. But yeah, if it breaks out again, I might re-enter. Oh hey, look at that. Right the fuck back into the resistance. Good job, bulls. Now pump it. Pumpy pumpy. Gave up 50%, 50 cents since my CSPs. They're down 36%. When I guess right, I lose. Would you sell like $3 CSPs? $56.40. Yeah, I mean, if we get past the sold calls here, it looks very bullish. But we've still got to get past the sold calls. I think we got a good chance. Do you think the market will continue to melt up until the first rate cut, November, December? Doesn't seem like any major correction is in sight anytime soon. I don't think we get a rate cut. There's still nowhere to cut rates. Fucking Fed funds futures is just, they're just speculating, right? There's no fucking, how does the Fed cut rates? Wouldn't a rate cut cause a dump like yesterday? Rate cut would probably cause a market crash, but that's not the point. There's no viable path forward to cut rates. The Fed trapped themselves. If they cut rates, inflation explodes. Services costs have barely fallen. We seasonally adjusted down CPI to be nothing, although it's hot, and it's hot on the 6th and 9 month periods. Hot as fuck. PCE is also up a lot over the last 6 to 9 months. Input prices continue to rise, and any push up in energy prices is only going to exacerbate that. If they cut rates, they're going to spin up the wealth bubble. Housing costs are going to skyrocket right back, and labor demand is going to pick up. And inflation will go back to 6, 7, 8, 10%. We're already seeing deflation, not just disinflation. You're seeing seasonally adjusted deflation. The index is up. Let me show you a chart, Minwoo. Guy who's bullish on the Fed. Just to give you some perspective, right? Because it's very obvious that you read a lot of Twitter posts. And I understand. You got to get your information from somewhere. That's CPI. That's inflation. Okay? You'd point to the part where it's going down, if you could. I'll give you a minute. Is he gone? All right. Well, I tried. I think the Fed cuts rates again. Inflation rises back to 20%, and the Fed comes back, raises rates as a response. Arthur Burns type stuff. Then we get a new Fed chair appointed, and he raises, or we get a new Fed chair appointed, and we end up in a fucking debt spiral. I think the market goes up until it crashes. That's fair. I won't disagree with that. What's the end game at this point? The Fed probably overdoes it, ruins the economy. We go into a recession, hard landing. That's the best case scenario, I think. But they need to hold it off until the banks can recover. Otherwise, the banks go down with the hard landing. If we adopt YCC, we'll just get a market crash. A market crash will deal with inflation real quick. I'll let you know when my last put expires. Thanks, Wetzel's Pretzels. I appreciate it, man. That's the kind of teamwork we expect here in the pickle jar. Hey, look, we're squeezing all the calls out. The main reason that they're waiting, banks, that's why they stopped doing anything back in 2023. We've just been coasting at the same fucking federal funds rate ever since, even though it's not fucking restrictive at all. The only thing that's become restrictive is people's purchasing power. And that's because poor people are just poorer than they were a year ago. But then we just get another credit card to default on. What's up, sweet nuke? That's okay. Just hold your breath and let it wash over you. This kind of sounds crazy, but my thesis is that when we crash, Japan will come back better than ever. And I'll be buying into Japan at speculative lows. You want to buy into domestic producers in Japan with high cash flows because their currency will go up. I'm long as fuck the yen still. I'm just rolling. I just roll the futures contracts. It's gotta happen eventually. Either all the economies crash or they recover, right? Damn, bro, another amazing call, and the short call's getting squeezed. I don't know how I lose money with you around. I don't know how anybody's not a millionaire in here by now. You're 2 years early. That's fine. I can keep rolling. Futures contracts are easy to keep up with. I blame work, greed, and impatience. Need money to make money. Well, that's fair. I wonder where we'll run into some actual resistance. And call buying is just picking up out of the money now. Gamma's going to start to pick up on the 40 and 50 strikes. Maybe 35. 35 could be a little bit. 30, 35 could be a little bit rough, I suppose. Now, what would be really interesting here is if ES doesn't break back above 5,700. And we get another rejection. Thanks for sharing and pointing out the seasonality factor. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. It's just that, you know, the large part of why we're seeing deflation is that they literally seasonally adjusted away every relevant price increase, right? And consumer side, producer side prices are still going up. Shipping costs are elevated, energy costs. So all the input prices are continuing higher. Now, the efficiency of corporations in passing forward those costs onto customers without hurting their market share and sales, that's another story, right? So, but that also means that corporations, equities, right, are going to be sitting on those losses if they don't pass them forward. So either we get, you know, margin contraction on the equity side, right, as corporations eat higher input costs in order to maintain relatively similar sales quarter over quarter, or they pass forward those costs and we get consumer side inflation. It's a very unfortunate position to be in, but it's the position we're in. And the banks are still a massive risk, right? The banks are sitting on unbelievably high amount of hold to maturity losses, and if yields get too high, right, especially at the top end of the curve, they're going to have to realize those losses and mark them to market. And no matter what the Fed does, cut rates or raise rates, those yields will go up. So the only option the Fed really has at this point is to do nothing. And that's what they've done since March of 2023, right? As soon as the bank risk availed itself to the market, the Fed has done absolutely fucking nothing. The market's priced in a lot of action from the Fed, right? The market's like, oh, they're going to cut rates before, like, November of 2023. You know, the entire market's like, they're going to cut rates before we hit the maturity wall in quarter two of 2024, right? So we priced in 7 rate cuts. The market rocketed. All of those rate cuts got priced out. Now we're pricing in more rate cuts again, but there's still no like case for cutting rates by the Fed at all. There's simply nothing they can do. They should have raised rates sooner. They should have let banks fail. And banks did what banks do when they have hold to maturity losses, right? They pumped all of their fucking leverage into equities because they needed to offset the loss in their balance sheet, and they needed to offset the decline in net interest income, and balance out the depositor outflow into money markets. So if you look at bank equity returns, phenomenal, right? But their net interest income, the thing they're built on, declining quarter over quarter, year over year. Extend and pretend. Guillotines are thing. Thanks, Daniel Gross. I think it'll take a lot for Americans to break out guillotines. We're pretty complacent. We're not even fighting back against the fact that we have a criminal and a turnip as our two electoral candidates. And you'd think that would be the breaking point. Nope. IWM SPY spread, and you can see the ultimate support right now. Every time IWM bounces from support, it's been right before market crashes. This is likely our last pump. It's probably pretty close to our last pump. I would agree with that. I think we're going to get a correction still soon. This shit's going to be unsustainable, especially if we get risk off, right? And that's all IWM pumping really means. Is it means people are risking off, they're seeking defensives, they're chasing cash flows. Can you explain seasonal adjustments? Is a legitimate thing? No. How would the Fed argue for such a... They don't. BLS handles that. Market participants don't really see past them like you. I mean, they do. I mean, the bond market doesn't agree with this bullshit at all. It's not just me, right? But you know, part of pricing in the market is forward expectations. And if everybody's shorting the fuck out of volatility, forward expectations are going to rise, right? Because the risk is being artificially suppressed. There's no theta decay on futures contracts, right? Nope. Their spread collapses, but as long as you maintain a consistent roll in them, you don't have to worry about that. So there's some cost to carry, but it's not like it's not as bad as like an option would be. You can also benefit from like positive convexity in your roll, right? So like if convexity goes up after you buy in, then you can use that to roll. What expectations? I can't watch this shit anymore. Call me when my Jan 5000 Cs are in the money. I'll see you all in September. Cobra, just buy 0 DTE calls and then use that money to buy your January puts, right? Biden wasn't completely clueless, but he called Harris Trump. I mean, if he can get Trump on his VP, he can't lose. That's the ticket. Instead of choosing the least bad option, we could just choose both terrible options. We could finally do what the political parties have wanted to do all along, and they could merge together into one party, and then we only get one option for a candidate, right? And then we could stop pretending that we live in a democracy. What are you setting stops? I don't know. How strong of a resistance is 5630 going to be? Well, it's a resistance. I don't know about how strong it's going to be. Oh, shit. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Are we going to hold 30? Are we going to lose 30? No, all right. Made my 20th out. Love you, Gherkin. Later, Mike. Are we actually hitting 5650 today? That'd be cool. I took a little bit of a loss on my the short leg of my straddle, but I'm up now. But I didn't cut the puts until we hit 5600. So, and then I've got some zero DTE calls. But I think yeah, it looks like we're gonna keep pushing up for the time being. Probably some sold calls here too that we could push out at 30. And out of the money interest is building, you know, at 40 and 50. Made a quick 100%. Nice, dude. I'm losing my sanity. Why? I guess we're almost back to all-time high. NQ almost 50% retrace from yesterday. I think where this gets interesting is if we don't hit a new all-time high. Let's do this 50 more times and then it's Range Rover time. Uh, you're so basic, Rims and Tims. I made $5 on car. It's too yeah. If they end up being too slow moving, they're not. You should just hop out. That's the shitty part about trying to play zero DTs on like Dow equities is sometimes they get a lot of momentum, sometimes they don't. How are GoEV's tips? I don't know. Contracting finally, actually, yeah, actually starting to contract a little. Once we got over 250, starting to get a little bit of covering. The MM's going to pick up delta here too, right? Because the 250 strike is going in the money. So that's a positive also. What if SPX hits a new all-time high but QQQ doesn't? Yeah, that would be interesting too. A little that'd be a little bit different maybe, but it'd be interesting nonetheless. That's earlier than I'd want to see profit taking. We're gonna pick up a bid here. Nope. Okay, there we found one. Yeah, so a little bit of profit taking there of the stagnant price action. Not too bad. I need to look at Beyond. All right, Dork, we're out of settled cash. It's only another 50% today. If you, I still have like, well, I still have 300 in settled cash. Maybe if we break 35, I'll get the 5650s. I can't wait to get to $10,000 and YOLO it all into something that blows up the account again. Like GoEV Jan 7 calls? No, Dork. Not like GoEV Jan 7 calls. I'm thinking more something like out of the money 0DT SPX puts, but like 50 of them with like a 3% chance of going in the money. You blew it up again like last week. It's okay. We're almost fully recovered. I got down to 800 on the 9th. And now it's back at 7,000. So you just lost harvest with your stream account? What? Make the call so we can all ghost it. If we fail 30 here, we're probably going to pull back a little bit. We're getting more profit taking than I would like to see. Also, it looks like it'd be hard for us to get above 64.40 at this point. Unless we get a lot more out of the money call buying. So I think a failure here, maybe a little bit of a pullback. See if we can get back to like 20 or 15. And then maybe push back up into end of day. $20 looks pretty supportive. Oh, God. Puts are so pricey. Oh. I have a dead long call condor. What are the chances we'll get back up near 5680 so I can have some free money and close it? 5680? How the fuck did you end up with a condor up there? Where do you think Sherwin could go next week? I don't know. I have some leaps on it. It's the only reason I was paying attention to it. But up? I fucking love Sherwin Williams. If people think so, here's the deal: if people think rates are gonna get cut, right, they're gonna speculate on home builders and construction supplies because seasonally construction is way low, right? So there'll be an assumption, especially with lumber prices low right now, that construction will pick up into the back half of the summer. And Sherwin-Williams is a beneficiary of that assumption. But I got into leaps like back in early June. I think it's up about 10% since then. I'll probably get out before earnings, though, to be honest. I don't think their earnings are going to be that good from quarter two. Jan. I had a call credit spread that I hedged off earlier in the week. Oh. Um, I don't know. I guess like 50 is not out of the question, but it's probably not going to see that today. What data do we have next week? Hot GDP is going to be a fucking murderer if that happens. Let's see. Sorry, I had to get some allergy medication. I'm out of AVGO until well after the split. Made 20K profit on it over the past 3 or 4 weeks. Fuck yeah, man. Now if I had only not shorted the index alongside it. Great pickles pick. Thanks. You're awesome. Well done, SV. Well, I'm glad you padded your losses really well. Nice first name, last name. Get some rest. The markets aren't going anywhere. What? I would. I still have my long side of the straddle that I need to manage today. There's zero. I only have 0 GTs on the call side, so yeah, I'm gonna have to sit around at least a little longer for that. Riding 5605 to Valhalla today. Let's fucking go. Nice. We got another breakup here, but I think things are gonna weaken. Looky, looky. Uh. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. $542 entry, currently $31.50 on the ask. About to cut. This is enough. Nice. Oh, this allergy medication tastes like shit. Yeah, I mean, here, look. Your add the money option is gonna have your highest gamma values. Oh, above 1.0? I guess theoretically. With the multiplier. Right at the point of like expiration, gamma expands infinitely. So yes, it can happen without the multiplier, right? But that would be I feel like the situation would be exceedingly rare. Nice, Willie. Looks like we might be hitting a little bit of a local high here. Possibly. I mean, we still have room up to 5640. 5640 looks like a much harder cap to the run. Upstart any closer to looking good? My problem with Upstart is that it's not only is it already above Gamma Max, but there's huge resistance at like 2750. There was big resistance at 25 too, which it managed to break yesterday. But I think a lot of that was just R2K. I don't think it's kind of running on its own steam, right? It's just active fund flow helping push up through the but it's also just getting more sold calls piled on as it rises, right? So there's still vol short's still pretty active there versus like vol shorts pulling back and the price, actually seeing a lot of covering. Monday or Tuesday will be the 13th day for GoEV. I could look. You know, shockingly, for a $2 stock, GoEV has really good neutrals. Gamma Max is like 287 right now. That's interesting. Gamma is positive on it, and where's Delta neutral? 240, so we're above DN now. Huh. Interesting. Oh, sorry, FT. It's on its 10th day today. So Monday will be 11th, Tuesday 12th, Wednesday morning. The GoEV contracts hit 1.0. They're pretty, yeah, I mean, they're pretty high here. The oh, okay, so the 250 is at 1.05. Yeah, I mean, that's odd. It's also because we're approaching the expiration, but that is unusual. AVGO split going to be bullish short term? Could be. I don't really want to play the post split until it looks like it's going to shed some delta. Not like us. What do you mean? I got stopped at a coin yesterday, but I said today that if it breaks out again, I'll re-enter. I still think the upside call interest looks pretty good, so I'd be looking for like a breakout on this wedge on the 1 hour. Let me go there. That's it. Yeah, like that. So back above 220, I would re-enter. Limbo looks like it's setting up for a bottom. It could sit at that bottom for a long time, especially if we don't get a lot of wildfires this season. You're kind of betting on nature there. Also, are we in La Nina? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily like the risk. If I could confirm a breakout or we started seeing a lot more wildfires, I might be more interested. I think it's been a pretty wet summer so far. At least in the northern hemisphere. And then yeah, and then you're long going into like seasonality into the like fall winter. I don't know. I don't like it. I feel like that's a train that's better to hop on board after it leaves the station. Hmm. Oh, I was supposed to look at next week's economic data. Okay, so we have all of the economic data out of China on Sunday. That's going to be a big deal, especially if their GDP continues to fall, and unemployment misses. Capacity utilization is expected to pick up too, which is still deflationary for the U.S. And then there's some people forecasting that they're gonna cut the short-term lending facility back to 2.4%. They might, although their inflation this week didn't look great. Um, Powell's speaking on Monday again. Retail sales. Retail sales will be a big deal. They get building permits. I think mostly just housing data next week. We got a 10-year tips auction. Yeah, next week's going to be pretty light on the data, but I mean, we're going to have SLD. Well, we got to see construction pick up first, right? Like, there's so many confirmations that you're gonna. Even if construction picks up, that's not necessarily going to drive lumber prices up. Is there a way to see RV on TradingView? Maybe. I mean, probably not accurately. Sunday 3K. Monday had to withdraw down to 2K. Fucked around and found out. Negative 1.2K. Wednesday 2.2K. Thursday 3.2K. Now almost flat 4.3. Cash runners. I'm sized for 0. Done for the day. Happy weekend, everybody. Nice, Willie. Yeah, I got stopped out of the straddle, so I'm probably out too. I still have to get weekend positioning, but that's about it. Buy high, sell low, daddy. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting added, but you should be all set up, dude. I appreciate it. 36 months? Yowza. Yeah, you've been here way too long. Oh, speaking of pigeon whales, I'll announce it on the Discord too, but we are going to close beta signups. Or we're gonna close the beta at Monday market close. So if you're not part of the beta, like the beta class, by Monday at market close, that's it. I hope everyone's in though, but that's where we're gonna cut it off. Rubs nips and tips furiously. Let's fucking go. Beta data, beta data, beta data, beta data. Love you, Zaddy. Thanks, manga man. Tell us what to YOLO into to pay for a year of Pigeon Whale. You could have bought calls on SPX at literally any point today. I'll prevent my paper end of day QQQ straddle from closing the day even, but waking up next morning negative $25. Buying 2 to 3 DTE straddle, just more theta. Yeah, you could get more theta on it, so you have more time for more range to be realized. But I mean, you lost money on a QQQ straddle today? It's up like 100 BPS. Close was 491. Should be $6 in the money on the call side. Pigeon whales are granted access. You're good, Penne. We're gonna cover all that on the stream, but yeah, you're already a pigeon whale, man. Can you sign up without being a pigeon whale? After we launch the product, yes. We're just opening it up to some beta testers. that are current pigeon whales. And then we're gonna open it up to the public once the beta's done. Will it make us rich? I don't know. It's just data. It's only worth what you make of it, right? We're gonna do our best to make sure that it's actionable. We're gonna make sure that it's relevant. And we're gonna make sure that it's accurate. It helps you burn money faster. Trust me. Says the guy who's up how much today? I made a bunch of money today, and instead of doing the smart thing and signing up for Pigeon Whale, I've decided to YOLO it into far out of the money EPAM August calls. Excellent. Enough to be happy about it. What did you ask? Indexes, stocks, both. I would say if you're concerned about the cost, then wait out the actual product release. A little more insight into what the data is and covers. Well, you'll know in like 3 months or something. Do you have a time frame for public launch? Or yeah, I think so. Well, I mean, it could change, right? Because we don't know what problems we're going to run into in the beta. We have to consider scaling. There's gonna be things, but I think we can resolve them pretty quickly. Won't the actual product be more expensive? So, what do you mean? I don't, I don't, I don't think our like at least where we're drifting towards for monthly price is pretty low against the average. Sell it to me. What's the pitch? Go fuck yourself. What do you think? You want to buy it? Yeah, I'll use the platform on the stream. Sold. Take my money. I mean, you've seen Pickles picks, right? So I've been using our data in that for the last few weeks, and as the source of analysis for that as well, right? And I think the hit rate's like positive 90%. So it's still, I mean, it's still going to be interpretive, right? All market data is interpretive. You can only do with it what you can based on your analysis of the data, right? And we're gonna try to ensure that people understand how to analyze the data that we're offering, right? But it's always gonna be it's always gonna be like on the end user. It's not just gonna print you free money. Does it come with interpretive dance? I don't know. Maybe. Like, if we get big enough, we can make our own Blackstone video. We can talk about how we make assets better. How much for the print-free money option? Yeah, we're going to internalize anything we come up with that does that. No, I don't give any. No, it's not a money printer. Does the platform have large flashing text alerting me when I should buy and sell? No. I'd be more interested in the pickle jar making a black pink video. I don't know what that means. If I add an inverse nuke indicator, people will make a bunch of small money over time, then lose it all in one day. Will there be a referral program if we get you more users? Yeah, we could probably do something like that. We'd have to build out the infrastructure for it, but yeah, we could probably do something like that pretty easily. I'm sure we will at the point that, we need to. But I would say initially no. Jaffa, welcome to Pigeonwell, man. Thank you so much, dude. Can you recommend any books on trading psychology worth reading? Like Thinking Fast and Slow. I have a list on the Discord of like trading psych books. I have a Okay, so yes. But let me preface reading trading psychology books with a bit of a disclaimer. In all the trading discords and groups that I've been in over the years, and from what I've seen, people tend to be highly influenced by trading psychology books, and in ways that I don't think benefit their long-term ability to trade. So they're good to read. It's good to understand, like the mental traps and stuff that come with trading. But there's risk in getting too caught up in them. There's a lot of things that they're wrong about and that only really apply to them personally. But I do have a list that I can probably find. Uh, where the fuck did I put that? Oh, here we go. So these are what I would read. Um, you know what? I can just copy the image. Nope, that's the wrong one. Sell it to me. What's the pitch? Gherk, go fuck yourself. Let's get that on t-shirts and stream cards. Thank you, Penne. Maybe we could create like a bag tracker, Grim, too. So you know the exact weight of your bags at all times. Here, I'll throw this in the recommended like books thread on the Discord too. What the fuck channel is that in? Boom, 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 boom. Books. Oh, there it is. Reading list. There. Yeah, I put it in the reading list thread in the general chat also, if you need to find it again. Best loser wins helped me with one thing in particular. Not getting too flighty with green positions doesn't mean you need to mirror his trading style. No, he's a successful trader, but I don't particularly like the way he trades. Um, some people do. I think there's a lot of aspects in best loser wins that I'm not a huge fan of, but it's good to read it, I think. I think it makes market psychology simpler to understand for people who aren't very self aware. Nice slot machine. It is a good Friday. Is the reading list a pinned message in the gen chat? It's not in the gen chat, it's a thread on the general chat. And someone already posted, yeah, somebody already posted a link to it. But you can also just click threads at the top, and I just updated it, so it's like right there. I don't have any intention of writing a book. What would I even call it? Deeply Brined, the memoirs of an online pickle. Yes. Remember what you said yesterday? It was gonna be a slow 4-day grind back to near all-time highs, and it took 24 hours. We're really not that close to all-time highs yet. We still got a ways to go on ES. I'm focused. I mean, you should, when you're trading indexes, you should really be focused on ES, not like SPX all-time highs. They don't fucking matter as much. But on ES, we're still pretty far from the peak. like $30. And this could fail and pull back into the end of the day because there's a lot of out of the money call buying, but I think the upper range of price action isn't moving up too much. It's moving up a little bit. And then also like realized vol over the last 2 days, they're gonna want to crush that. Where are you going to dinner this weekend? All these new pigeon whale bucks. I don't know. I don't really have any plans. I want to go get some ramen this weekend because I'm sick. AT&T is taking additional measures in response to the attack, including closing off the point of unlawful access. Great job, T. Advanced tactics there. I mean, yeah, I don't care what AT&T does as long as they keep paying me 7%. Call it how and why I babysit 400 grown adults every day. Is ramen your soul food? No, but I do like it a lot. Ramen sounds great with the rainy weather. Yeah. I wish it was raining here. Fahrenheit 106 degrees. Ouch. I think it's like 78 here right now. It was hot last week. Use the stop on cat. Oh, yeah, that's that's rough. I think we could, if we fell back, maybe 20. 20 looks pretty supportive. I don't know if we're going to fall back today, or at least maybe not much. Dispersion starting to break down a little bit. We're getting some profit taking, right? But yeah, I'm not really sure we're gonna pull back all that much. We'll see. It's a weird chart. It's not that weird. You see, you're stopped out of positioning for additional upside. Yep. Yeah. I stopped out of the last thing I had was my zero GTE straddle from yesterday, and I cut that like back here when we failed. What's your take on GME? Spicy yet? It doesn't look very spicy. It looks like it's going to trade between $25 and $26. Probably until ARB settles out, and then they'll short it again. The uptrend's strong, but it's narrow, right? So people are bullish on it, which is kind of similar to like June, July of 2022, right? Like that period following this, following the, or like going into the split. Also, GME is vastly more liquid than it was prior to the like runs from DFE. What might make AQN fall back to its trend line? I don't know. Bad earnings. From like the accumulation side of things, right? This looks pretty good. But yeah, I could see maybe another miss on earnings taking it down a peg. Hasn't SS been saying T35 MOASS for like more than 35 days now? I think AVGO dumps end of day as call sell off before the split. I'm not playing it, just curious. Well, the split's next week. I'm not sure how many calls will sell off. Most of the shit on the chain that's supportive is pretty long dated, and there is support at 1720. So there's a very good chance that it moves back up to like the 1750 range from here. This is like a almost a bullish reversal, right? I've seen all of SS's like T35 theories because they pop up on my Reddit feed, and all of them are so wrong. There've been a couple that were close, like they got kind of in the right, but they don't understand the transfer or the settlement. They don't understand that it's multiple trades. They're like somehow they're still like they're kind of at where we were in like November of 2021 in understanding it. So like 2 years, 3 years behind. What if any price action levels would you consider re-entering a position on SPX? I don't think I would today. Maybe towards the end of the day I'd get something, but I don't think this is very tradable. I mean, there's potentially like $5 of upside range, and then that gets wonky, and then there's support at 56.30. So there's a really good chance that this just gets stuck here. I think if we fell under 30, I might get something for like a move to 56.20. Jimmy did a thing. It's still at $26. What thing? It's up $1. You guys are so weird. Gamma Max is 26.26. Beyond's doing a good job fucking pressuring the $7 strike, right? Keeps pushing into it. If this fails Gamma Max, it's gonna get pushed back down again. A little bit of 0 DT call buying, not a ton. ARB is almost back to 0. -2.2. Yeah, probably just rejected here. That looks boring. I'm gonna go long FSLR in the next week. Hmm. Oh, we lost 30. Well, I could sell off back to 20 before it finds support. 20 sold calls didn't close, so I guess I could maybe drop a little lower. Need to lose 27. We'll bump in VIX. Gork, red candle. I know, I'm not long anything anymore. EPAM's fucking kicking ass now. Coin's pushing back up to 20 again. I might re-enter that for next week. I might go long NVIDIA and the Monday, Tuesday also. CrowdStrike looks a little bearish. Ooh, my Humana leaps are printing hard. Dirk, do you still have your Humana leaps or did you cut them? Yeah, meta shit the bed today. Might get a bounce. It got back over 500. Maybe it gets back to like 520. So found some buyers. Maybe not enough, but I cut them. What's it doing? Killing it. I'm not gonna lie, I had to average this down a bunch. Is that some de-risking? I mean, maybe. I don't want to say it was necessarily de-risking, but possibly just like distribution just falling off. When did you mention Humana? Me and Dork were going long as fuck on it back when it was like, when it, well, right when it first tanked. But it was like a play for a little while too. We were like trading weeklies on it at one point. Ooh, I get a short Carvana again soon. Nice. Huh. Fun stuff. You liar. What? EPM decided to go up the day before I cut my position? That sounds like a good thing. Are you shorting Carvana GM? I don't know. I'm not going to short it yet, but maybe soon. I think it's already way above Gamma Neutral, or Gamma Max, rather. Gamma Max is like 132. What's your PT on Humana? I don't know. I like to see it get above 4. I figured I'd call you. You're bound to be lying about something. I'd be lying if I told you that I didn't eat at Kava this week. Yeah, I know EPAM's running. I got burned on my July options, though. I still have shares, and I have some August and Jan calls, but I wish it moved faster. I'd be lying if I told you the same. Candle was on the WASDE report. Maybe something agriculture? I don't know. I could look at it. Like, I'll go look at the report. Usually no one gives a shit about that. It'd be really weird for that to have a negative effect on the markets. Wheat looks good. First grain seems fine. For your color stream pill, cheers. Thanks, Huckleberry. Are you long Kava? No, I was, and I probably should have just stayed long it, but I didn't. I bought at their IPO and just after, and then I took profit on it. Maybe that'll be the right choice, but it so far hasn't been. I got out at like $70. When Kava 1000? I don't know. They have a pretty small float. It's possible, I guess. Alright, there's 5620. We'll see if this is supportive or not. It might not be. Ooh, should I see if it's not supportive? And then fucking... Huh. What if it isn't? What's up with EPAM? I've never heard you talk about this one. Really, we played it a lot in 2022. And then recently, it's people have been bringing it up like every day. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good entry. AQN sitting at my limit order for minutes, not filling is crazy. It's clearly orders ahead of you. How far could SPX drop? I mean, I guess technically we could fall back to like 5605, but there's sort of support here. There should be at least. Oh man, if we lose 5615, there isn't any support. It falls off pretty hard. Interesting. That means they've just got to stabilize it here, right? Ah, fuck it. Let's see what happens. I think Q looks a little weak. Maybe it'll pull back to VWAP or something. I wish Beyond would stop being a piece of shit. Really struggling with $7. Oh. What do you think if we have a drop maybe during SLD? It's possible. Gamma neutral is getting pretty close to the money, so it's possible that like selling during SLD could drive us below it. Beyond back on reg show before earnings. I don't see why they wouldn't just cover before then and then short into earnings, but I guess they could. Yeah, if this got a continuation down, that'd be interesting because the calls at 56, 20, 15 are still sold, and they're sold in like August. So if we drop below them, the like will shed that cover from earlier, which could drive prices back down again, especially if profit taking's extensive, which it looks like it is. Do you think SPY 500 puts for Jan 2025 is a reasonable hold? I'm down 30% since starting to accumulate them a few months ago. That's not too bad. Are you doing anything to hedge off your decay? Or, upside moves? Like, I don't hate the position, but it's kind of just like, you're going to want to probably more actively manage it. You don't want to just sit on puts. What is it called when you're trying to catch a falling knife, but you're trying to short the top? Stabbing yourself? We sold August 57, 5,800 call spreads at the top and closed them when they made 15% in 20 minutes. Nice. No, just average down. Okay, so averaging down is a method of management, but you should probably be doing more than that, right? You should probably have, on any kind of drop, you should probably be considering like an upside hedge. So like if I was holding those contracts and they got anywhere near break even, like on the move yesterday, right? Like if they moved up a bunch, I would probably immediately pick up some kind of out of the money hedge to protect from from an additional upside move, right? And anytime you're long short like that, and you need to ride like an extended downtrend, you have to hedge off, bear rallies, right? At a minimum. And then, you should probably also be selling options against them because why not? Is the bullish thesis still valid? Which one? There have been so many. I don't really think any of them are valid. But validity in the thesis has nothing to do with the market going up or not. A lower high here would be very interesting. So we're still getting dispersion. No. 3-month dispersion still breaking down. Oil lost most of its gains today. $220s uninverting, not that anyone gives a shit. Yeah, I see coins breaking up again. Where did you stop the red candle? Why did it hop on board? If it's any consolation, Doric, NQ still looks like garbage. Everything looks like garbage. Gold just keeps going up, which, as we know, is the strongest bull signal, right? Besides corporate bond spreads, those only look like shit. Fair enough. For now. Hmm. 55, 20, 15, 10. PPI numbers ease the bank's fear of rate cut, right? Not really. I mean, yields are still going down today. I gotta pay attention. You're probably grabbing EPAM with both hands at 169. I got an entry at 170 and 175. White earnings down in 23, 24. Seems like I might want to wait part of their entry after next earnings. I don't know how to scrutinize a company. They lowered guidance, which is why their stock price went down. Also, like, conflict in Ukraine was escalating. But EPAM's got a long history of like lowering guidance and then beating it. So they tend to be a pretty successful company. Oh, good management too. And I think their exposure to the conflict in Russia and Ukraine is overemphasized by the market. Like most of their operations, both places have been spun out elsewhere, largely. Actually, I think they're completely out of Russia, and they only have like a small footprint left in Ukraine. Ah, there you go. That's the good stuff. Flips bull over 30. Eh, no. Delta's still falling off. It's a little bit of a pushback here from the low, but I don't know if it's going to be strong enough to do anything. I might just end up running into more sold calls again, which is what largely tanked our price earlier. Charm's still positive, so's Gamma and Delta. If this fails, though, right here, it's probably really bearish. So I'll have to see if bulls have another pump left in them for the day. I don't know. Momentum's kind of flat. I don't really say it's pushing one way or the other. Longer dated momentum's dying off too. Lower high on ES isn't good. Which we kind of pointed out earlier. Um, let's see. They kind of pushed dispersion all the way back again, so if they don't get any more leverage out of it than that, then NQ will probably fail. Although I don't think that means we necessarily go to like 5,600. I'm mostly just gonna try to like scalp gamma on that. But if we lose 20 and 15, things get kind of bearish. SPX move down. Does IWM go with or inverse? That's a good question. Obviously we're seeing, I don't know, we've been kind of seeing them both run in tandem today. I know they inversed each other yesterday, but I would say that if we see dispersion breakdown, we could see them both drop. Yields are starting to fall off again, and so's the dollar. Yeah, so maybe we get some more rotation here. What are you thinking about going like what short SPX, long IWM? Or like short SPY, long RSP? I wonder how many people are taking on that trade right now. It's got to be more than zero. They're not going to intervene on a rising yen if it's doing it naturally. Long RSP, short SPY. I don't necessarily like it, but it's a trade you could take if you think rates are gonna like yields at the top end of the curve are gonna continue to fall. But they're not falling much today. And inflation was hotter on the PPI print, right? So we've yesterday we probably already priced in too much. Um, and today that seems to be kind of moving back to equilibrium. And then we'll probably see rates climb a little bit next week. Already long out of I'm sure it's okay. Classic bearish windsock. Hmm. Carvana's price is not real. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I'm very interested in the fact that we didn't squeeze out 56, 15, and 20. I'm long ZB, short UB. Are you? Building more sold calls. Very fucking slowly, though. What time is it? 12:33. I wonder if anyone's selling the 20 in the money. If they did, we could dump. On inversion bets, yeah, I think we need to have a chant song on repeat until Carl's kid arrives. Is he not a dad yet? I assumed he was because I haven't heard from him. Are we sure it's Carl's kid and not yours? I've said this a bunch of times. It's definitely not mine, despite whatever claims Carl's making. What do you think would crash harder, QQQ or SPX? QQQ. Tech is massively overvalued, and QQQ's concentrations are even more ridiculous than SPX. Is this bullish consolidation? How do you determine the time frame on whether something is consolidating versus falling slowly? This is bearish consolidation. It's reduced volume on rising prices. If the baby has a mini VWAP hat, we'll know the truth. Carl bought that. The Goric AI. Oh yeah, I forgot. How the fuck are you looking at volume trends on the 1 minute? Volume's going down. pretty steadily. Here's what I'm watching. And I care. I guess I care about this failure. It's a pretty narrow window for this to happen, though. Uh, 15 and 20 are having increased delta impact on dealers, thus they'll sell into rising prices and will chop. No. They'll buy into rising prices as delta on those strikes increase, but they'll sell into falling prices, which we saw earlier on the breakdown. The sell to the downside on the downside move is outsized. And if we fail 2015, the sell picks up a lot of pace, right? So a guy on Twitter was telling me his AGI moment would be a conversational robot, to which I replied, bro, Amazon has been working on Alexa for 8 years, you moron. It's amazing. You know the thing that surprised me most about like AI is people's like how easily people are fooled by something that can just talk. Like the average person's like gauge of intelligence is a really low bar. Yeah, charm would decay up from here. Well, actually, charm here is a little tricky. It's kind of flat. It'd be better if we were above 30. There's a lot of out of the money calls still, right? Like and they're still buying the 5630 and they were selling the 35 and the 40, right? So yeah, I would say charm's pretty flat here. If we lose 2015, well, if we lose 20, then charm's going to start to turn more negative and flows are going to push down. Which means they'll probably defend it as much as they can, right? Critical thinking is hard for a lot of people. I don't think it's hard for anybody. I think it's a lot of people just don't bother thinking critically. It's much easier to just go with the flow. It's very close to those calls, so it's a slippery thing. If price pulls away from them to the upside, then they progress to one faster. The effective charm now is minimal, right? But over the rest of the day, it's going to increase. Yeah, it's 15 and 25, 15 and 20 are outsized. So they're going to provide some positive flow, but again, that may just encourage more call sellers to pile on at 30 and 35. And if the weight of the calls sold at 30, 35 outpaces the charms, the supportive charm from 20, we can lose it. But you're talking something that's going to matter far more around like 2 o'clock than it matters now. They tried to prove me wrong by having AI chatbot they developed to answer a question and answered it fully wrong. Tried so hard not to laugh at the irony. I mean, I think if you're an expert in any field, right? Like if you're a professional in any field, um, and you've fucked around with, chatbots, I think you're more than well aware of how incomplete they are. But I think if you don't have any particular expertise in anything, that it's pretty easy to be fooled by them. Because there are some things that they do well. It's just those things aren't really something you can monetize very easily. I knew a friend of mine who's like a dev, and he does what the fuck is it called? Stupid programming language. Hold on, I have to look it up. Fortran. He uses Fortran, and the company he works for thought it would really be a really great idea because it's a really old coding language, and they thought it would be a really good idea for AI to come in and clean up their code base. Um, and he's spent the last like they had to then hire like 8 more engineers, and they've been cleaning up all of the AI mistakes for like the last 3 months now. I think he does like consulting jobs for like Nicey and like maybe Nasdaq. But they do like a lot of like data management shit. Behold the AI future. So his company's now spent more money fixing the problems that AI created than anything that AI actually solved. I mean, I guess at the end product, executives are going to be happy, right? Because the code base is going to be cleaned up, but it ended up costing them 10 times more money to fix something that wasn't really broken in the first place. I know some people that are like learning COBOL right now because it pays so fucking much. Apple Greeks? Oh, I can't wait till I don't have to answer these questions anymore. It's gonna be dope. Gamma Max 23409. That's all that matters. Delta and Gamma Neutral are still back under 200. They've barely moved up at all. But a bunch of Delta fell off yesterday. Like 4 billion in Delta fell off the chain on yesterday's like little breakdown. And Apple tested GM earlier in the week, so it's possible that we see it just start to like trend down over time as that positioning starts to fall off. The fuck was that? They had a COBOL is like 1/4 the battle. The rest of it's experience with their fucking archaic libraries. Scary amounts of mission critical systems out there still relying on COBOL. Yeah, especially in like government agencies and stuff. We have a manager and 3 IT people working on making this AI reference our intranet to help answer questions from the chat box. 2 years later and barely any results. Waste of money and time utilization. Yeah, I feel like for like a lot of like customer service shit, you can still just use like customer service shit and even like internal database queries. I feel like it's still better just to use like a flowchart, like just program out a flowchart than it is, and you'd probably be more accurate than using like a chatbot and way more efficient. We have an internet search bar they can just use instead already. But it's not a procedurally generated search, STD slot machine. Where's the fun if your results aren't completely random? You've kept wages down in the US so long, it has to just be better to have a small workforce than trying to AI everything between the C suite and the warehouse. I mean, the overhead costs are ridiculous, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I know there's a lot of businesses that are going to jump on the hype, and there's a lot of businesses with, dispense like, expendable capital, right? That'll absolutely blow money on it. But I think even those businesses are likely to see diminishing returns really quickly. This is a WASDE report that came out like an hour ago. It's like agricultural report. It generally doesn't have a lot of impact on markets, unless there's like a notable supply shock somewhere, or forward-looking supply shock somewhere. I don't think any of it looked particularly shocking. I looked at it earlier. I think mostly prices are expected to fall, but I guess like wheat went up a little bit, cotton went down. That was really the only notable change. I think beef went down a bunch, and then like pork and chicken up. But I mean, not none of them like super impactful changes. It's because the market like failed right around the time the report came out. That's not good. Hmm. Do, do, do. Why are we pumping now? Well, we got above 30. Russell bounced a little bit. So did RSP. We're getting some vol shorting. Time to squeeze out the new sold calls. I don't think we'll do that. 30 is not that heavily sold. Most of the selling's out at like 35 and 40. So we want to see a lower high here. Dispersion's pushing a bit. Ooh, new all-time low on dispersion. Or core 1 month. For a second there. Didn't last long, but the likelihood the pump continues into Monday. It could. Articles on the side of deep dives into company and macro. While a competitor encourages the use of AI, the one that I write absolutely abolishes it. So take that, AI. It's really not hard to. AI is not really capable of analysis, right? I know TA's astrology, but what are your thoughts on SPX bearish engulfing candle yesterday on the daily? Sign of downs to come or a nothing burger? I said before, it'll be interesting if we don't get a new high on futures. Like if we stay, quote, inside Friday's or yesterday's range over the next few days, that's pretty bearish. I mean, someone got out, right? Is this sustainable on SPX? Charm will prevent downs if we hold over 30 into end of day. Yes, I know charm changes. Um, yeah, I mean, over 30 is significantly more supportive. Between 30 and 20 is kind of flat. Under 20 is down with the current positioning. Could the end trade leverage up a bit more if BOJ doesn't hike? Yeah, they could. But they are going to slow down. No matter what, they're going to slow down the pace of their bond buying. So that's going to have some positive effect. Would you still consider this bearish consolidation? Yeah, you could still break up on bearish consolidation, though. That's because technical analysis doesn't predict the future. Read yesterday an article comparing NVIDIA to Cisco in '99, leading into the dot-com bubble. Lots of similarities. Yeah. Can you refresh me on dispersion? So correlation down, dispersion up, right? So short vol the index, long vol the underlying. Correlation up, long vol the index, short vol the underlying. Welcome back, Popcorn. You missed downs. Dumpy's incoming? I don't know. It'd be interesting if we fail here, but this is well supported. If we fail again here, it's going to be because of short calls being sold at 35 and 40. And right now, I don't really see that positioning picking up a lot. But we may over time. I said you missed the downs. What happens like core 1 month goes to 1? Does the market cave in on itself? No, it just means there's no correlation between the top 50 stocks and the index anymore. Still piling over 1,000 SPXS $8 calls for August 16th. On top of that, we've had a lot of calls pop up on other expirations. It seems suspicious. What a terrible instrument to go short SPX right now. Ew. They might just be hedging off like vol decay. Oops, that was me. Like, why wouldn't you just short SPXL? JK, I'm so tired. Well, I'm glad to see that you're now fully powered. I was gonna have the pickle jar drive down to Houston and throw batteries into your swamp, but it looks like that won't be necessary. Also, no crash this week. We're postponing close due to the hurricane. Oh fuck. Oh man, the balls kind of might already be rolling. I hope you get that shit wrapped up soon. You told me last week I was go for the crash. There's no turning it back now. Are you long Generac? Are we shorting AMD? I guess you could if you want to. You enter your Carvana puts before end of day? Probably not. No. What's up, Nuke? A lot of chips in color, even though it's private. Interesting. Those birthday market orders are green now. Those people definitely didn't hold that position. Hmm. This is weird fucking price action. Break up. This is a hyper bullish bear flag. It's not a bear flag. It's a reversal. 1 second. Played out exactly as expected. You're a reversal, dick. I mean, that's what happens when bear flags break up, right? You've got a reversal. Just need to stagnate here at the end of day. That doesn't seem like such a terrible bet. Still a lower high on ES. I guess it's still a lower high on SPX as well. Let's see if we're getting some sold calls. I'm back. Are we gonna hit 50? If we did, it'd be later. It's still too early, I think. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of call selling. Not a lot. Also looking so hot. Great pickles pick. Nice, man. Great making me yawn. 10 states away. Looks like you're feeling better now. No? I think you just missed earlier. Does it look like TSMC is positioned to move up after earnings, or most likely flat? I don't fucking know. I don't play earnings. You know this. I think a beat on earnings is probably largely priced in. There's a new high. A little more aggressive on this one. One sec. Ooh. Hmm. Test 50? Where did that come from? Apple? Google and NVIDIA? Amazon? No, we're above weekly VN here. So that is going to be deleveraging exposure. It'll be hard to stay here, but we can. It's a lot harder to stay above VN on the monthly. So much for yesterday's pullback. I mean, that was gone this morning. Yes, still a lower high. No, Fubo's been getting more illiquid as it goes up. So they're still pushing back against the rise in price on it. You're going to hold your calls through a $15 pullback? All right, that's pretty funny. $56.50, $57.00. Those could be spreads. Again, I don't think flows matter, but we were never anywhere near a bear market. So is 650 the top? Close to. Hmm. So I'm just going to be a net seller here, and then IV exposure. We've got vol moving up. Yeah, this could get rugged. $60 would take a pullback. So, like, the pullback here improved the range a little bit, but we've already pushed past that. So I think pushing out to 60, yeah, we'd probably have to pull back a little bit. Unless it's just on the future side. In which case it may not matter. EPM's been doing good. It's benefiting from the breadth, the move into breadth too. You missed it. Down was yesterday, Popcorn. I told you. I stopped buying above 85, mostly due to risk, but I mean, if it were like mean reverts, then you know, 190 is still cheap. That's on market on Monday. I don't know, it depends on how today ends. We're up here, but it's really unlikely we close up here. Mm. $170 on RSP. Where's the market maker want this? Like 56.15. I'd like to see it get to 210 for EPAM. How often does the market maker actually go to where the market maker wants it? Well, I mean, understanding where the market maker wants it and where the market maker cares about it going are two very different things, right? So the market maker may want it back at 56.15, but they're going to make a market at spot as long as demand continues there. And that's where we look to like the neutrals, right? Because it tells us about the market maker's positioning. So we know we're above VN on the weekly. So as price increases, the market maker is going to sell increases in Vana, right? So if IV goes up, MM's going to dump. No, max pain's just people finding a middle point in OI. It's actually a meaningless, useless metric. I would say it's the VWAP of the options market, but it's not even that. Where's the JPN collar top? 57.50. We're still a tick short of yesterday's high. Oh, we tapped it. Was that a gap on ES? was 5707.75. Which makes this last leg just look like a rescue mission for everything that got burned yesterday. That's awkward. Hmm. Thoughts on NQ underperforming? It's kind of surprising given how much they pushed dispersion today. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see vol move up here. Is this ever gonna stop? I don't know. It should have stopped at 50 and we still got an extra $4, $5 out of it. There's no more gamma on the 0 GTU side. That's topped out. has to sell into rising volatility. When you said this could get rugged, that's because we're over VM. Someone blew all my settled cash and now I can't buy puts here. Isn't that usually a pretty quick response to that? To what? Going over VN? Not on the weekly. There's not like a ton of Vega exposure on the weekly contract anyway. If you went over VN on the monthly, then yeah, that would reverse really fast. That happened yesterday in the pre-market. But we're getting pretty close to that too, and that's like $4 above us. Hiccups? Maybe. But if volatility picks up here, even the shorter dated sold contracts will start to burn. And if they try to sell more puts, they're going to push vol up instead of pushing it down, because they're going to, if they sell more puts here, they're going to sell the long. And so if you look, right, you can see the market reaction to it, right, if you look at the data. So as soon as we cross VN, right here, as soon as we cross VN, VIX starts climbing, right? Because now put selling no longer has the same effect, right? If you sell puts up here, you drive vol up versus driving it down. Monthly VN is at like 56.59, I believe. Let me double check. 56.59.91. And generally when these breakouts happen, right? Like when we're even able to get above VN, this is because of futures buying, right? So this is like a pure delta move that's driving price action in these ranges. And this is because futures buyers, right? Futures like CTAs and stuff are long. Yeah, if you look at ES, which isn't underperforming, right? They got fucking smoked on their positions post CPI right here. Right? So they all went long and then the index just fucking tanked. And so they're bailing out those positions. And yes, they can do that. Remember when you said 5650 calls this morning? I mean, the chances of that were like pretty slim though, right? Sub 5%. And would you have held them through this? I don't think anybody would have held anything through this. It was too big of a pullback. They were 50 cents. Yeah, they were cheap. But when you say it, it's like 50-50. I mean, it's still extreme, right? This is like probability wise, this move is ridiculous. Realistically, I would have trimmed as they climbed. Yeah, I mean, I was out of everything long here. I just there's no reason to keep holding past that point, right? I could have gone long again here on the breakout, but I was already tapped out for settled cash. And I don't play shit like that on the other account. Well, usually. We might test that a couple of times before we fully fail. I don't know. That was a strong rejection, though. What's up, Dork? So Bulls got rugged here. If they fail to regain 50, they'll get rugged again. So if this bounce fails, they'll get rugged again. If it breaks up and they get back above 52, we'll probably rub the high a little longer and then fail later. But a continuation here is pretty bearish. Are futures traders on NQ trying to rescue positions from CPI2? Probably, but they're so far off, right? That it's just like... Ugh. It's unrealistic. They're what, over it's like another 100 BPS? I mean, maybe they could get it by like next week. But yeah, it's like 125 more BPS to the upside. About a 5605 butterfly at open. Huh. Why? 5600 was like the breakout point for bullish price action. So you opened a butterfly right above the bull breakout? Did it have theta? Yeah, a whole day. I'm just trying to think of what you were thinking. You thought we'd hit like 5605 and stall out? I tried to average them down. I didn't get a fill. I mean, the chances of us hitting 5600 are like nothing at this point. This would have to sell off all the way into close. And Charm's still positive here. I should probably just take my $18 and walk away. But there's a small chance we could pull back to 20 and I can sell it for $1. Bull rally continues next week. Might get weakness Monday, depending where we close. Maybe. Also, there could be some volatility in futures going into market open on Monday. But I wouldn't be surprised if we pulled back like 5,600 and then climbed on tech pumping into like midweek. maybe. But if we close higher today, that would be more likely. If we fall back before close, like 56.25, then we might just go up like 3 days next week. Netflix earnings Thursday. Yeah. Well, dispersion's pushing really hard into tech earnings, right? Into mega cap tech. That's a lot of what's driving this. Is everyone's betting that, you know, tech's going to beat their downward guidance from last quarter, which they might. But then that's inflationary. So I mean, it's just we're just gonna oscillate between those two sets of conditions, right? If we don't retest the high, it's double bullish, bearish. It's not double bearish. I mean, we still just fall back. Like once we fall back to VN, then the MM doesn't have to sell anymore. It's just a question of whether the MM selling back to VN is enough to drive momentum further down, right? So say the MM like dumps their hedge here, right? Price starts moving down, speed in the downside move picks up, right? And then the MM starts, going short to hedge as the prices are falling, and delta on like the 56.20, 56.15 position starts to fall back away from 1.0, right? And towards, like 90, 80. And that's going to keep the MM selling. And so the question is like, do you get enough momentum to go below, 56.20, 56.15? And if you do, then yeah, okay. Then yeah, you could get a really bearish move. But I mean, I feel like bulls would probably try to stabilize it before that happened. They were able to stabilize it at 20 earlier. I don't think they want to lose that level. And those calls are sold in August largely, so it's very risky to let it fall below there. Click win red candle. Well, we had a couple and then one, and then now this one's green. But it might turn red. And if it turns red, that's kind of bearish. Well, weekly GN's going to move up today. Again, depends where we close, right? Also, like, if we pump next week, is GN going to move closer to spot? It very well could, right? You're really on one today, aren't you, Grimsy? All I want is the market to flip ass over tea kettle, GoEV to rip to $47, SPY to go to 200, and for someone to buy my fucking mug. Is that too much to ask? It's a lot. And don't forget, and get everybody to vote third party. Which you might do if you get your other three wishes. How hard can this fall if it does? 42, and then whatever momentum from there. I found some money in my piggy bank. Did you wire transfer funds into your account? It's not, well, not time for puts yet, right? Because we might just sit here all fucking day. This has to get a continuation, right? No? Yes? You son of a bitch. I know you did good today, but just, that's it, right? You just walk away. I 50%ed the shitty account. I'm not gonna fuck with that. Oh shit, did I get my fill on my extra 5,600 put? Nice. Now I can watch $36 decay to zero. Stop it, Turk. I've done enough. Dad's happy. Selling calls here is actually kind of bullish. So if they sold calls, they'd drive VN up. What date did you do for your 5,600 put? It's today. It's a bullshit position, but it would have been fun if we broke down at 5,620. I'm pretty sure I bought it like right here, and then I got a phone call, and then it was worthless. Full porting would have been much better on the calls that I had earlier today. Gotta set stops. I didn't want to stop. It's all or nothing. Toe ring. If Putin announces an end to the conflict, what happens to EPAM 300? He might have to. He keeps losing elections in Europe. I mean, far right candidates keep losing elections in Europe. My mistake. Yeah, I live in a tall building. I gotta be careful. What the fuck was Zelensky doing there? No, Russia doesn't have elections. Well, I mean, they do. But, you know, it's always just a landslide victory for Putin. He's very popular. Ukraine NATO membership is on a roll. Well, if they get into NATO, then we can have a real war. Wouldn't that make us the baddies? Yeah. You want to be the good guy? Move to Sweden. Actually, they're not very good either. You know, hasn't started shit with anyone in a while. Laos. Russia has no claim to Ukraine, so that's our fault, though. Kissinger bombed them into the BC era. Does widening spread on SPX options tell you something? It could, yeah. Sold calls squeeze out? No, big futures push. I mean, some sold calls got squeezed out. 35, 40, where the 0DT calls were. But I don't think that was the majority of price action on this. We're seeing the high before your predicted correction? Maybe. We could be close to it. Depends on if we pull back today or not. Otherwise, we might get another high next week. Like another higher high next week. Depending on how much interest we see move back into tech. What do you think of BNED now? I don't want to buy it unless it goes back under $5. Laos is $5 billion in debt to China. So is everyone else. You know, Jfresh has been asking, where's the money coming from for like 8 months? Where is it coming from? Bonds and the carry trade. There's other carry trades that aren't as highly leveraged, but mostly the dollar yen, which is still near all-time highs in leverage right now. Why does everybody keep going on about the money that fucking we're giving to Ukraine and Israel? It's like nothing. It's like barely any money. It's like a fucking, what, like $100 billion? We traded more than that on the SPX today. Who gives a shit? You want to own the economic output of the Ukraine for the next fucking 25 years, you give them money to fight their war. Jesus Christ, no wonder you guys are such terrible fucking investors. Only way we lose is if we stop giving them money. Well, now you're just being mean. Ukraine can't lose either. Would you learn nothing from Afghanistan, Bob? You ignorant bitch. Definitely can. I mean, Russia can pull out a nuke and get wiped off the fucking map. Then we still get Ukraine. 20 years from now. What if Russia wins? Doesn't that mean the money is lost? No, we already took all their money. UBX really has become the most garbage vol ETF derivative. It barely even moved on the downside yesterday. You're probably better off playing something with like, uh, wait, did VXX get delisted or is that still around? Yeah, VXX had a good day yesterday. They've all been shorted into the fucking dirt, though. And the options pricing on them is probably super fucked up. Oh, Meta's losing 503. Bleed. Did you share Carvana Greeks yet? Gamma Max is at like 32. It's way above it. Is Jimmy illiquid right now? Not super, no. I mean, unfortunately, the reality of the situation is Jimmy is probably never going to be very illiquid again. Or at least it will never be as illiquid as it's been in the past. Side effect of selling 75 million shares. If war becomes a video game, Dork, South Korea is going to take over the world. What are some nuances we should consider when looking at a stock over GM before going short? Well, first of all, GM can rise, right? It can move up towards spot. So it's not going to stay at like a fixed level as the price increases, right? And if a market continues to be made to the upside, GM will move up relative to the price action, right? And stay elevated. Um, Also, stocks can go over GM if there's demand in the underlying active fund flow. Outside of the options market, there are things that can drive price improvement. So you have to consider those things first. Depends on what kind of video game it is. If it's more like COD, then we will probably win. If it's more like StarCraft, South Korea will win. And if it's more like Roller Coaster Tycoon, nobody wins. What kind of supports do we have on the downside? 40, 30, 20, 15. We're still up here? Yeah. Is this the end of the pullback? Mm, no, not necessarily. I will say we're not getting a lot of momentum on the pullback, which makes it kind of lame. Why this market reaction? Was someone's margin getting tight? Well, PPI was hot, right? And so, yeah, the conditions on margin that were affecting things yesterday are eased today a little bit. For a higher high next week, yeah, I'd want it. Well, I'd want to get a drop today or Monday. Ideally today. So it'd be like pull back here, move up. Nah, let me go to the daily. It's a little better there. So under, maybe under 35, like 56.10, something like that. Either today or Monday. Although today a close under 34 would probably mean like Monday down and then Tuesday, Wednesday up. Can the Greeks move up enough for this to actually continue Monday? Probably not. And that's, I mean, that's one of the reasons I think that we probably won't get much of a continuation past today's high. And at least not anytime soon. I mean, if we test high Monday, that's going to be probably pretty bearish into the back half of next week. Like if we were to push up Monday, Tuesday and get a new high, say by Tuesday, I would think that people were selling off into the OPEX, gonna sell off into the OPEX expiration. You fucking crumb. Is Sound the new Beyond? It's fun. I've played it a few times. Theta Decay is killing me. On what? You ever seen a snake bent over sideways and a bull peener shoved down its throat? No. It'd be like a really weird condom for the bull to use. Crashes are always after OPEX. Bulls don't use condoms. Do serial killers get turned on by theta decay? No. He did spell it serial. If you ever want to teach your kids to not talk to strangers, read them Witches by Roald Dahl. No, the movie is not as impactful. They will never sleep again. That's not true. They just need to know that strangers might turn them into a mouse and kill their family. This morning I accidentally bought 50 instead of 5600C. I immediately sold once I noticed my mistake. I would have been up 200K. You probably would have sold long before now, even if you'd been up. Do you know what my hindsight returns are on the November run? Fuck. Buying Jan 2025, 4,000, like 4,500 calls. Are we bullishly consolidating? No, we're slowly slipping. Just very slowly. And then we could rip into close. Hindsight returns are always amazing. Everyone's a billionaire. What was that one day that we fucking ripped and I had like 50 out of the money, like 0 DTEs? And they would have been up like 120 grand. I ended up selling them for like a couple bucks each. That was awesome. It would have been like a 100x return. That was when I was in Mexico 3 Fridays ago. Yeah. I know what I don't need. Historic options data and the Fickle Pickle Fund portal after all. I need to eliminate hindsight trading. It makes you do stupid things. I think I do better when I disassociate the notional value from my real world purchase value. Thinking the number of fancy French dinners a green position can buy messes up my exits. Could Fubo go to 120 again? Maybe. If they miss on earnings. Are we going to test 50? Time to rip. Rip to what? 56?
GoEV tips were contracting earlier. Beyond tips really aren't doing much. They're turning around a little bit, but they're very far apart still. GoEV is a little more exciting. Getting shorted now, but what's this ticker at 20,709? That's NQ. NASDAQ 100 futures. I just try to make 500 a week. Anything above that's extra. 500 a week is what the average American makes, right? Is that it? How do they live? That can't be accurate. It's got to be higher. 700 a week? Haha, they don't. The average weekly earnings is at $1,200.50. And women earn an average of $1,021 a week. Winning. I lost 10x the average weekly salary this month on SBX. Why didn't you buy calls today? Are you trying to inverse me? Never. What are you, popcorn now? I have theta? Oh, God. So you're just going to sit on your position and complain about it for months? Fantastic. You gonna sell any calls against those those puts? Or sell puts against them? Or buy calls to hedge them? Ha 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 ha. Oh, alright. Excellent. Ooh, average weekly wage by state. Let's see who's getting shit on the hardest. Mississippi. Ouch. Get fucking wrecked. It's like Tennessee, West Virginia, South Carolina, Maine, Rhode Island. Massachusetts is killing it. Maryland's not too bad. It's not great. New York's doing pretty good. Washington, California, New York, and Massachusetts. It's like everybody that lives in the best states makes more money than everyone else. Interesting. You know, it's not terrible in the Midwest. Colorado, Illinois, Texas is all right. And was that Michigan? Wisconsin? I don't even know what fucking state that is. Is that what the fuck's above Iowa? Minnesota. Yeah, the Minnesotans are doing all right. Not Wisconsin or Michigan. They're doing poorly. You know, Virginia's not doing terrible. Southern Canada. Maybe with calls on Wednesday, puts on Thursday, today with both. But I lost 50% of the gains over trading the grind yesterday after the drop. Still up for the week, but I should have known better. Why do you have so many questions every day, Nans? I'm not going to answer any of that. I'm not your financial advisor. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Have you read any of the books that I've suggested by any chance? Don't AJ yourself. Yeah, that's a serious risk. I don't want to, you know, diminish your desire to learn, okay? I really don't. But at the same time, you asking me the same question 50 different ways isn't going to get more information out of me. I'm pretty attuned to that after doing this for 3 years. I give as much information as it's responsible to give. Because I don't want to see people get burnt and do stupid shit. And what I think you're asking me for is like support for the stupid shit that you want to do. Right? You kind of want to buy some puts. You're like, ooh, this is really high. It must go down. Or you've already, worse yet, you've already bought them. And you're looking for confirmation bias. Like Cobra. I just want validation before I spend $9,000 on puts with 60 minutes of data. I'm trying to gain insight into how to digest and interpret the data you provide, but I didn't provide any data on that. I just said I think the market might correct over the next couple of weeks. There's a number of reasons. I feel like if you've read the things I've written, I've outlined them. Check Gamma Peener. You have a Peener? Bro. That's just your hog, bro. I mean, nice lighting. Yes. I didn't hog shame. I complimented. Bros should always support other bros' hogs. Why is EPAM going up? The same reason the bus driver drives away from you on a dark night. We have fun here. It was a good thing. Here's a question. Carl needs a middle name for his firstborn. Why are you telling him it should be Gherk? I'm not. I already have 2 children named after me, thanks to Baradactyl. Neither of them were even born with that name. Your friend at the bar might have been right after all. That's ridiculous. To be fair, when I ask actual questions multiple times, it's to check if my understanding of your original response. They're also autistic questions like win 5600. Just ignore those. AJ, I ignore everything you say. My AQM position is up 7% for my buy-in. Nice. Well done. I have never, nor would I ever, sleep with a cat lady. Sober. When IWM 90 DTE pets, it's above Gamma Max. I kind of want to get him now. No one really wants to buy Russell 2000 stocks, right? Nice. You know what happened in the Oval Pickle Room? That's not. That's just an old fashioned Haktua. On a New York scale of 1 to 10, how does the cat lady rate? I don't want to answer it. You guys bring this shit up, and then I have to think about it and live next door to it, and it's not. Fuck you. Has anyone not blocked AJ on Discord? I haven't. Although I don't feel like I should admit that. I think I'm understanding it better by the day. Okay. Most part of the data is just numbers. I'm failing to understand how people use the data to infer intraday moves or longer trends. Hence the questions. Well, part of that's going to also be experience, which you're not going to be able to accelerate, right? Obviously, this isn't a professional training environment. And even in a professional training environment, you would be expected, probably 3 to 5 years before you were competent enough to make those assumptions. So I mean, I think enthusiasm is good, but trying to learn too much is either going to burn you out or lead you to a lot of incorrect interpretations. Take it slow, little by little. Analysis has very little to do with trading, right? And I assume the thing you're concerned with is trading. I don't think anyone's really coming in here and like, I want to be an analyst. I mean, maybe a few people, but I would imagine it's pretty rare. My thesis. Is Charm falling off? No. Charm's super supportive. This market is trash. Oh. But how are we talking about analysts? Why would anyone here ever want that? Well, there's different analysts, right? There's the analyst Jamie Dimon puts on the news, and then there's the analyst that he doesn't. Released about 2026 GUI V250 leaps instead of 2025. The spreads are atrocious, and the price doesn't seem to impact it much at all. I guess you could just wait until if they're in the money one day and then exercise them. One could have literally bought calls any time today and still be up. This market is great. That's not true, actually. If you bought calls here, you'd be down. As a matter of fact, you might not make any money today at all if you're still holding them. Ripped. Why do you have puts? No, no one said YOLO puts. I thought this would break down harder. That would have been cool. It would have been cool if we lost 42. We didn't. I didn't say YOLO puts. That's a terrible idea. You know what I meant, Gerg? Why are you so mean to me? Well, we did that earlier. Were you weren't here though? Oh no, you were. You were busy selling your 5600s before they printed super hard. I'm sorry. My mistake. Gurk right now, why do you have pets? Also, Gurk right now, why do you have calls? Yeah, I think both of those have an equal amount of curiosity behind them. Here's the better question: why are you trading this shit? You hate yourself? You don't like your money? Why are you trading? I'm not. I think it's a common novice mindset around the pickle jar to hear about all the macro problems and try to swing puts with theta from the top because day trading can be more stressful than sitting on a put. Ew. So everyone just thinks they're gonna They're gonna short the top of the market. You know, it's my fault for shorting the top of the market so many times. What percentage of the pickle jar loses most of their positions to the Dunning-Kruger effect? My guess is 98%. Ooh, I have a chart for that. Does today change that thesis? Well, we just have an equivalent high today, but not a higher high. So maybe not. We'll see. It kind of depends where today ends. I think if we end up today, then we're likely to trade lower over the front half of next week. So this is the trading Dunning-Kruger. Mount stupid of trading is you make lots of money with little to no work. Everyone loves this. It's the best, right? Holy shit, it's awesome. Everybody loves free money, right? Then you have the valley of despair where you're consistently unprofitable. You go through a period where you think everything you enter and everything you do is somehow inverse what the market actually does. Most traders fail there. That's when they get knocked out. Knocked down, knocked out. They don't fall back to paper trading or figuring out what's wrong with their prior strategy that made them so much money when they got lucky. And they never bother to learn more. Then you have the people that make it through that, which is about 10% of traders. And they still think they suck, but they don't lose money over time. And you'll see a lot of traders in this kind of trade. They'll trade up their port and down their port and up their port and down their port. They have a really hard time breaking out to higher highs, but they're able to recover from their lows, right? So they don't make money, but they expend a lot of time doing nothing. And this is usually where people develop discipline and profit taking. And then you eventually reach a plateau of sustainability where you start to make more money than you lose. It's a boring job, but it's a good one. And it scales infinitely with your own success. In studies, about 2% of traders are left at that point. Now, I actually don't think that's correct. I think risk management can be learned earlier on. I think there's ways of mitigating those harsh lessons, but psychologically, people will want to have to go through all of those stages. I don't know why, but they do. I made 3 trades today. I was green on all 3. Small profits, but no losses. Didn't you blow up your account last week? I feel like you might have advanced yourself too far on the chart. I'm at path to sustainability. I feel proud making it this far. All thanks to you. Yeah, and throughout trading, you're gonna go through cycles of that. You're gonna climb up that path of sustainability and slip back down and climb back up again. But every time you climb back up, you'll climb a little higher. No, last year? Oh, okay. That's good then. Nice. I'm very happy to hear that. Well, asking questions is one of the best way for people to learn, right? If you feel that you're in the valley of despair, you need to step back from trading. That's the best advice I can give to somebody who feels like they're just losing all the time and they can't win. You need to step back and reassess what you're doing. You need to paper trade. You need consistency. You need consistency not only in your entries, but in your risk management and profit taking. So it's good to keep learning, but stop betting on your ability to learn those lessons quickly. Scaling is a very hard lesson to learn. If there's something that I've blown up more money doing, it's overscaling. I would say more than anything else, that's the easiest way to lose money. But it's baked in, right? Like you have more to leverage, you want to leverage more. Like say you're consistently making $500 a day on SPX, right? And then you look at your account, you got 20 grand, you're like, well, fuck, I'll just double this. I'll do the same thing and double it. It's not that simple. I walk through the valley of dead ports and fear no gains, for I am the loss harvester. Also, review my songs. Dude, I haven't had a free minute in like the last 6 months. I'll look at them, don't worry, but it may take me some time. Real talk, if you're trying to change your life immediately, you'll probably fall deep into despair faster and never get out. Yes. Yeah, that part's tough. If you need money, right? It becomes very hard to be successful as a trader. This is something else that happens to a lot of people, and I've seen it happen to tons of them. Um, People who reach that plateau of sustainability, right? And they start consistently improving in their trading, but they have a job, right? And this job, unbeknownst to them, gives them a ton of confidence in their ability to trade. But they're doing so great at trading that their gains from trading are surpassing their job. So they quit the job. And then they fail at trading. Nans, the problem you're describing is not understanding entries and exits. The problem you're describing is risk management. It doesn't matter if the market goes up or down. Who gives a shit? What matters is taking a position and cutting it if it's wrong and chasing it if it's right. Based on the questions you're asking me, you're very far away from needing to perfect entries. That comes later. Much, much later. You want to ensure two things: that when you're right, you profit. And when you are wrong, you don't lose money. This is vastly more important than good entries and exits, or understanding price action, or following market maker positions. It's this. The core of this is risk management. You can be a terrible trader with great risk management and still make money. The name of Gherk's book, it doesn't matter if the market goes up or down. Who gives a shit? Can you tell me about the third option? Being wrong but making money. That only happens when I buy the wrong size options position. Like Cat? Yeah, that was fun. Well, I was long Cat anyway. I just bought too many calls, but paper trading, you can save up to 650K, and only then can you start trading one SPY contract at a time. No, but I mean, he's not wrong that having some buffer is good, right? I mean, if nothing else, it helps your decision making process a lot. You can always turn $800 into 7K in 3 days, right, Dork? You got this. What if that buffer is going to take me 13 years? Turning 8K into $700 in 1 day is easier. It's a lot more aggravating. You have access to the quant channel where you can ghost Gherk. Yeah, but he just inverses me. You still have to make the bet, right? Yeah, you do. But you can just do it blindly, right? You don't have to. My point is, you don't have to be right. You're worried about being right. What you're worried about is honing your edge, right? and perfecting your entries and exits, and perfecting your knowledge of observation of the data, and your ability to conclude at a plus 50% probability of being correct, right? To make conclusions that are more often correct than they are wrong. But you don't if you're losing money consistently, you don't need to worry about any of that shit. You need to worry about not losing money. You can flip a fucking coin, buy a call or a put, it doesn't matter, and still make money, right? It's all about risk management. Honing your edge, same like gooning. Fuck you, dork. If you flip the coin wrong 8 times, you're fucked. No, you shouldn't be. You have to flip it wrong like 12 times. I don't think I have a book for risk. Just don't lose your fucking money. That's risk management. Enter positions with a plan. What are you gonna do if it goes wrong? It doesn't. If it goes right, you won, right? That's. You need to worry about what to do when you enter a position when it goes wrong. You need to have a cap. You need to stick to it, not overhold or hope that your position's gonna turn around and make you money. It might, but it probably won't. New challenge: $450 port, coin flip, call put positioning. Son of a bitch. I don't know if I could. I couldn't do it, right? Like not really do it, because I'm still gonna have better entries because I've done this shit for so long, right? It's I can't. I won't be able to get rid of the bias. The rule is you have to buy the option at open. Huh. Interesting. I'm gonna have to open another brokerage. No bias, pure coin. How do we know I'm not lying about the coin flip? Do I have to use like a digital coin flipper? I assume calls are heads. I mean, I can flip a coin right now and like. We're gonna have to use like a digital coin flipper or something. This is interesting. Oh, it sounds so boring. So your solution, there's some problems with this. Do you want to get banned, Ryan? I'll ban you. It's an online coin flip website that shares links to participants to prevent digital coin flip cheating. I'm not gonna make a Discord bot. Zero DT coin flip live at 9:31. Dork flips it, and you buy it. Proof. Can this be summed up as protect your capital? Yeah. If J-Ro would do this, maybe it's a bad idea. I made 2% on 200K last week in paper CCCSP port. Is that reasonable? If so, can I borrow 200K? That's not an unreasonable amount of returns, but also no. It's true. Can I protect my capital by buying puts? Yeah. But not, I assume not just puts. Do you have like dollars and you're buying puts on the dollar? That's interesting. Hedging your spending power. Ooh. Am I not hedging my spending power? Is it worth an additional few milli to stay in Houston, or should I just leave this godforsaken state? Man, you live in a swamp, right? It's only a matter of time before Poseidon rears his ass and washes you away. That's a tough choice. I don't know. Maybe you can work off-site, still get the 3 million. Or a few million. Swamps are cool. No swamp people? No. Houston, Poseidon's bidet. Should I just paint myself green and embrace it? Is this just a clown market or is it rational? It was risk off and then now it's risk on. Also, you're looking at variations in very short time frames. It's not like a reliable outlook. Can the Fed trade? That's what I need to find out. I'm buying back a call at $1 total for the theta burn over the weekend trade on CC's 14-day. So, wait, you sold a CC and you want to buy it back? This is the first time this city hasn't banded together after a natural disaster. Everyone is furious. People are hoarding supplies. Government is double extra incompetent. Category 3 plus, and we're doomed. Can you move to the top of like a hill? What are your thoughts on Lulu? I don't know. Consumers weakening. I'm not a huge fan. There are alternatives. They should remove all trees and get permanent backup generators installed. Wait, aren't the trees good? You don't want to wash away. It expires today. I have 200 shares I want to sell again, but I can't until the ones I have close. I mean, you'll make so if you're talking about rolling it. If you roll it and it's going to expire today, then yeah, you'll capture more theta decay over the weekend than you would capture into close. They fall down and take out the power lines or fall through your car or house. You need to get trees with deeper roots. You should just build a bamboo wall around your house. It grows really fast. Are there any weekends you would not avoid straddling with a smaller account? I've been avoiding them. I would avoid them. But this one is tempting. I would still avoid them. Like on maybe after OPEXs, I would want exposure, but I would still try to keep it minimal. You want airborne spears? Because that's how you get airborne spears. It's shockingly hard to break bamboo. Like, when it's growing. And risk a panda. Like, bamboo that's in the ground just bends. I know hurricanes are strong. Somebody had to have thought of this before me. Bamboo has a tensile strength of 2,800 pounds. It's stronger than steel. It's also one of the most flexible natural resources. Same with my peener. And it grows really fast. It's the perfect windbreak. Oh, hey, look at that. Sahib just made bank. Oh, we got 30 minutes left? Crashing to close. No, fuck your support. Oh, I need to get my money back on these shitty options I bought. Let's go. God, I missed 50 bip down moves. You remember 2022, Dork? It was beautiful. Just like 3 candles, 50 bips down. Boom. 40 bips in 5 minutes. Remember that one morning that we opened and the opening candle was 100 bips down? And I had SPX puts, and they were immediately worthless after the candle closed. That was crazy, and I was over here buying GME calls. Nice. It'd be really cool if this just kept selling off. If we fail here, it will. But can we fail here? Hmm. My problem with wheeling is that at some point, you inevitably get fucked. It's like built into it. I like it in the sense that it's really easy to do and I don't have to think about it a lot. And there's some, you know, I generally only do it on assets where the odds of me getting fucked are extremely low. But even then, there's a chance you just get fucked. What's Charm doing? Still positive. But it may not stay that way. Can you explain a situation? Well, two things can happen, and they both involve the same thing, right? Because wheeling is a net long. It's net long exposure, right? So you buy the stock, you sell CCs, and then the stock tanks, right? Then you've got to make back your loss. Or, alternatively, you sell CSPs. Stock tanks. Now you own this piece of shit for this much money, but it's worth this much money. So in order to be successful at wheeling, you need to ensure that you're already buying the stock at a low. So, I mean, in essence, it's still just right. There's a gap. Yeah, but it's above VN. Might not fill it. Like I said, losing 35 here, kind of bad. Losing 40, kind of bad, actually. Not only did we lose it, we lost it twice. Very interesting. Oh, I'd love for this to mean revert. Can we get the sold calls out of the money? How much time do we have? 23 minutes? We could drop all the way back to 55.80. I'm kidding. But it's technically enough time. I wish Willie were here, because then I could explain to him how the momentum affects the sell-off. Kirk, your 5,600 Ps, they don't look like they're in the money, do they? Ooh, Delta's diving. No, keep going down. Don't bounce. It's bullshit. I feel like a little timing on selling calls and puts is sustainable. Okay, but then you could just sell calls and puts on anything. Why the fuck do you need exposure to the underlying? Just go short strangle shit. Guess who also made 7K this week? I didn't even have to hack you like I did that one guy. What's up, popcorn? Ooh, we're gonna test 20. Do it. No support on this piece of shit. Go down. Fucking bulls buying the at the money call. Fuck off. I want my dream of break even to be realized. I have a 20, 30, 350 NDX, but at the top. I don't even know what NDX is trading at. Ooh, nice. I saw green numbers on the screen and panic sold. That's what I like to hear. It worked out. Nice. We still got 18 minutes. Are we bouncing here? I mean, I hope not. If bulls get blown up here, they're fucked. We got a we got a decent amount of momentum on the drop. Squeeze them all. Ooh, this is the good shit. Charm is negative. Ah, support. Support seems weak. It's not that weak. If we lose 5620, it legitimately could drop to like 5600. I think they'll defend it because it's technically supportive until we fail it. So at this point, it's more about the matter of like the amount of time it takes to drop. Like we have 11 minutes, and it's not impossible to get to 5600 in 11 minutes, but it's really hard. And it requires the failure of 2 levels of major support. Looks like everyone on ES decided to take their profits, though. Or, well, back out of their position. This actually looks more like backing out of the position, right? Like, they got it bailed out, netted, and then sold. And we're failing 5670 now, which is 1 support. Oh, yep. Straight down. I guess I should have stayed in those puts. Who would have thought? $50 out of the money. What were we saying about hindsight profits? I don't remember. Feel a whole lot better about straddling here, though. Actually, I'm going to open one at 610. I did hold on to the puts. I just closed them when we bounced off of 5620. Was this good or bad going into Monday? We might get a little bit of a continuation of it on Monday. But it does probably mean we'll bounce back into the midweek. So, I mean, if we go back to that technical chart that I was talking about earlier, right? And, you know, I said we wanted to see the close back below 5634. Well, we got that. So this mean like weakness Monday, right? And then move back up Tuesday, Wednesday, and then maybe fail into OPEX. Because there's buyers here, right? And they haven't been exhausted yet. So if we do fail back to like 5570, they're probably going to buy back in. Also, SLD, like they're going to want to sell high rather than low. So I would assume, like, you know, down, bounce, and then fail, and then probably bounce, retest, fail further. Something like that. I can't believe they're fucking holding on to it here. There's like no support. Man, that move was nuts. Yeah. It was way more nuts than the upside move. And now we can form our diamond top. As you say, selling begets selling. Well, I mean, there were some particulars about the positioning here. $20 to 15 is a solid place to close. I told you guys it would break down. How did they do it? How did they catch the knife? A lot of zero DTE put capitulation, largely. They may not have caught it yet, but there's definitely profit taking. Not another diamond top. Starting to look like it. Still not enough weakness on the weekly. We still have a higher high on the week. Goddamn bullish bias. Persisting. Diamond top that breaks up. Might. That is one potential outcome from a diamond top. I think the more important thing about diamond tops is they tend to break. They don't usually trade flat when they form. We don't have one yet. We need more days. But we could form something like one over the next few days. AVGO's not looking bullish. Oh, it just dumped from 50 again, right? 20. It didn't even hit 50. 28. No, doesn't look great. But they have the split, too. Thanks so much for all you do. I'm sorry I've worn your patience then. I really had to bite my tongue on that drop, but I made money on it with 2 different entries and stops. It's been a couple plus 10% days, which is nice. Well done, man. Good job. I go find us a book to read on risk management. There's Against the Gods. That's a book about risk management. Most of those like market psychology books cover risk management in one way or another. Took my third PDT for the 10 bagger. Ouch. I don't want to carry this over the weekend. Really? Under 5610? No. Ding ding. That was a crazy Friday. I fucking love this shit. This is awesome. I'd like to see us test 75 in the early part of next week. But we kind of got all the moves today. Still ended up the day up 55 BPS, which is, you know, not equivalent to what we lost yesterday. And still, you know, range bound by those Greeks, right? Hard. It's really difficult to affect that bull push above Vega neutral, and that's, you know, that's largely why we collapsed there, right? The more puts they sell, the longer and longer the is those puts, right? And so that's why you got that velocity and that downside move, because the MM is long all those puts, right? And so when their puts start going in the money, they just dump that hedge, and it can pick up a lot of momentum. And you know, we got that yesterday at Open too, right? We tested VN, failed really hard, right? And that's gonna be a consistent thing that happens if prices drive up into these neutrals, and we don't, to really get them to move away from spot, we need to fall further, right? We need to go back below. We need a failure of GN, right? So we can fall below GN, and then these will start moving up. The gamma max, the Vega neutral, right? And you know, the MM will be less and less long puts as the price goes down, and then, you know, when it reverses, we can go up much higher. But without that drawdown, right? If the bulls keep trying to push this, you end up really range bound with, like, you know, escalator up, elevator down kind of moves, as you know, you keep running in to VN on those. And you know, it's not the first time we've run into this scenario, so you guys should be more than familiar with it already. But it is where we're at now. So one of the reasons I think that we'll see a pullback is because generally, due to all the choppiness, bulls tend to kind of back off a little bit when we get into this range. It's not very profitable for them to stay long. And you know, their positions just start bleeding theta, which usually leads to them getting abandoned, and then, you know, that can trigger a correction. Moves a little bit more extreme out here on futures, and you know, we probably will see a retest of 4640 At that point, we'll see if we maintain support on this lower trend here. If we lose that, we could drop lower, like 56.10, 55.85 ES. So we'll keep an eye on that. China's putting out a bunch of data Saturday night. I'm sure that'll have some impact on the dollar yen pair or yuan pair. Probably the yen as well. Commodities up a little bit today, but not very much. Most of the flight out of tech seems to be into small caps and cash flows and not into commodities yet. But usually after flight to small caps comes flight to commodities. Dollar down today, about 40%. Yields dropping almost to the intraday or yesterday's low, but not quite. So still up a little bit from yesterday. Correlation spiked really hard, and then they slammed it back down in order to catch the knife. But core closing out the week at all-time lows on the 1 month. But the 3 month is still kind of bleeding up over time. And so that's another reason that I think that there could be a correction, is that they're losing control of the like the 90-day correlation, and that's starting to break apart. And the 1 month correlation can only do so much. When the spread between those gets blown out, if we zoom in here, it generally doesn't last long, right? And then you get market corrections, and that may be a little easier to see out on like the 1 hour or something, where we see those spreads blow out. Like here was the last time, and this is much wider, right? We tend to get kind of corrective action immediately following as that spread collapses. It's not a guaranteed market crash. It's ridiculous. The yield curve still inverting pretty rapidly, and we did get this drop in the forward yield of VIX, but this is because the contract in front rolled over on TradingView. So really, this should still be kind of up here. Or like flat up here, right? Because that's what it did, traded flat. But yeah, that gap down is because the VIX contracts roll too soon on TradingView. I don't know why they do that, but they do. It fucks up a lot of different indicators. Move was shockingly down yesterday, despite the massive drop in yields. And maybe flat today. I don't think it moved very much. Skew, we picked up a little bit of tail risk yesterday, but not much. It still remains way over the long run average, right? It's still very high. So still not a lot of tail risk protection coming on, and we're seeing that in the vol short. 75% of the S&P now over its 20-day moving average. So that missing breadth is here. It's just not sufficient, right? And I think it may take us a little while, maybe part of next week, to find out that breadth isn't going to hold all this up if tech continues to sell off. But we're not there yet. And we ended our now second week in a row with positive correlation between VIX cash and VIX futures contract in front, at 3.48% positive. And Fed fund futures now pricing in 0.635 rate cuts, so almost 0.65. And this is into Jan of 2025. So over the next 5 months, we're projecting just a little over 2.5 rate cuts. Almost 3. They will get none. Now this is a weaker close into the back half of the week, and I'll go over this Sunday night, but not weak enough, right? So going into next week, we're still going to carry a bullish bias, and the test at like 56, 67 should be on the table at some point next week. Provided we don't fail 54.46 in the early part of the week. Now we could fail 54.46 into the end of the week, and that would be super fucking bearish. But I think something more like 70 or 25, 23 would be reasonable. And then if we do close the week below 70 or 23, then the following week, very good chance of getting below 54.46 or 53.75, or you can start to work your way down. GoEV is doing okay. It's getting some covering. It got a little bit of shorting into the end of the day, but not too much. And it's still holding above that 250 strike. I'd like to see it move a little higher and start to pressure the $3 strike, where there are a metric fuck ton of sold calls. But it's steady, and that's good, right? So that steady pressure is gonna continue to encourage put sellers to pressure that market maker hedge down. And if we can get over the flip point in that hedge, which we actually did today a little bit, then the market maker is going to start pricing those options more equivalently, then possibly starting to price up calls, which encourages short vol to buy to close, right? I want to make sure you didn't miss my member chat. Oh, sorry, man. What's up, Girth? I made a bunch of money again this week. Nice, dude. You're the bestest, thickest centaur I know. I hope you have a great weekend and start feeling better soon. Cheers. Thank you so much, man. Referencing the weekend stream, a 200 bit down move could have CTA shedding and give us JFresh's crash. Well, it's not JFresh's crash anymore. He already missed that opportunity last week. I get the next crash prediction. I've probably perfectly timed it like everything else, right? Yeah, we'll see. When and if I choose to predict one. But yeah, had we moved down further yesterday, like say we'd lost 55.50, we could have seen CTAs selling very hard. It was one of the reasons we didn't. One of the reasons we snapped back today is to keep those CTAs net long. What about Beyond? So Beyond, I cut the calls going into next week. I don't like that Gamma Max is moving up on it. And it might get shorted down again before we get a move. I'm thinking maybe they shorted it too hard and accidentally got it on Reg Show. But like as part of the cycle goes, I feel like we're closer to this, right? Than we are to this. I mean, I'm gonna be long either way because I have synth longs here, right? I really can't. I really can't avoid. My contracts expire in like 2025, so there's not a lot I can do to get out of it at this point. Like I'm just gonna sit in it. But I cut the shorter dated shit for next week because it doesn't look great, and I also think IWM's a bit blown out. And if IWM sells off next week, especially if it sells off a lot, that'll be rough for Beyond. JFresh shot his load. Yeah. How is Cat preemptive? Yes. What's up, Squamps? I guess some of you guys are gonna ask about GME. It looks like garbage. It did close above 26, although I don't think that fucking matters. There's just not a lot of interest on the call chain. Dealer Delta's been bleeding. It looks like it's mostly just trapped between 25 and 26 until that starts to expire. I can't wait to look back on when we all shorted the top together after OPEX and the market went straight up. It's gonna be awesome. Fubo looking at all interesting. Actually, it is. Yeah, Fubo's climbing on drying up liquidity. which is usually bullish, right? Especially given that, usually when liquidity is drying up, the underlying is being shorted. So this means one of two things. One, someone's positioning long, right? And the is having to buy up delta, which is driving illiquidity. Or two, someone's shorting the fuck out of it. I think we've got a little bit of both. And as we approach earnings, we should start to see volatility increase. I'm really not interested at this price, but if we get back to 150 or above 150, the amount of put selling at 150 could be very indicative of whether it runs or not. And it's been a good while since it's had a solid run. We do have a slightly higher high on the low here. If we go out on the weekly, we have a slightly higher high on the low. And I think good earnings, and maybe some news about the case would be fun to look at. Might prompt something. And anyway, I mean, on the weekly also, liquidity's starting to expand, right? Which means that, something's happening, right? I don't know what yet, but something. Oh yeah, I'm not that bearish on next week. Maybe the back half of next week, but the front half not super. Not after we got the drop today. If we'd stayed at like 56, so yeah, like here's how I kind of look at it. If we'd stayed up here into Monday, I probably would have assumed that we'd fall back to like 34 by Monday and then move up through Wednesday, retest the high, and then fail into the back half of the week. But with the failure today, I think Monday, maybe just like a little bit of downside and then start recovering. And then that I think could drag out to like Wednesday. And then maybe we fail when like Thursday, Friday. Dark, you can front run Grig's position. No, he can't. He lost to J Fresh this week. That's on Tesla. Kind of looks like shit. I don't know. I need to see how the zero DTs broke down on it. There were a lot of them. I need to see if shit rolled out or it stayed in place. I mean, from a technical look, this is terrible, right? But I would need to see the options chain. This obviously isn't moving on technicals. All right. So I'll see you guys all Sunday, 12:30 p.m. for the member stream. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope everyone made a bunch of money today. It was a good one. Or yesterday, which was also a good one. Or the day before that, which was also great. Any of those would be awesome. But I hope you did well, and I hope you guys have a great weekend. I'll see you Sunday. Later.